everyone, welcome back to another Final Fantasy XIV stream. It took me over 2.5 hours to log in, so I'm going to make the most of my time. Why is Windows having a loading icon? I swear, you better not do anything right now, Windows. Okay, good. We are going to hit the books. We're going to hop right on in. We're going to do this quest line, and I believe I know where the other classes are, so I'm going to see about unlocking those as well. I don't know exactly how long this one will last. I mean, the other one lasted quite a bit of time. It was a decently sized stream because of like how long that event was. So I'm positioned right. There we go. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. Yeah, it took me like 3 hours to get here with me logging in forever. In any case, you stand now before the books of Numenon. Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep within the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Gubal Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlene is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I dispatched Stola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Aze and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlene history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you a working knowledge of those subjects will make it easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it then, shall we? I told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promising tomes. Happy reading. Oh, this is going to be fun. A lot of reading to deal with. So let's see here. We got a... That doesn't look dangerous. We got a brightly colored book, so obviously it catches our eye. The Story of Charlene. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Ragadan man by the name of Nuncrypt. Nuncrypt was a student of astrology, and he divined that the flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the land of Eorzea. And so it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for the imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and in their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people toward the ocean. It was there, however, that Nuncrypt's crew hauled them aboard the ark, his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel into pieces. Only moments to spare, Nuncrypt wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safely atop Ablafia's spine. Refugees were from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over a dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nuncrypt gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent on returning to the northern seas. Landed upon a beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. The settlement prospered and grew, and in time became a city of Charlene, and we live to this day. Red-covered book. Roses of Old, the Colony. Many years ago, on the banks of Thaliak in the Dravandian hinterlands, I said that wrong, a Charlean colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and the demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charleans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become flourishing town as the official Charlean colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlean, which led to small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charleans inhabitants expressed for a name would simply refer to it as the Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it another name, Idleshire. Following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum. I covered the history of Charlene and Motherland in greater detail. Huh. Wait, I can read further on? Oh, the book is just still there. Oh, that's weird. The book didn't count. Okay, next book then. Let's try this leather-bound tome. the years which followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the ecclesia, a public forum which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. A larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 member citizens chosen amongst their peers by means of nationwide vote. Thus the form, as we know today, conceived and created. Excuse me. I'm gonna go for this book next. Blue covered book. Introduction to the Heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Something of the dome above us to be a finite space, yet among the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail, while our own stars are believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamund and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Have you read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder? Has your interest in this world study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart? It may indeed do so forever. Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which you get details on the forum I mentioned there's Sphere Shardian. Well-worn manual. Forever 20 summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health? Neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19, or 23, or 40, whatever age you are when you discover this manual. Let that be the age you aspire to remain. Though mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, etheriological, and arcane standpoint. Let's book on the wrong subject. Okay, next. There's a lot of books. A lot of books. We got Time-Worn Home. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Unborn Calamity, Archon Yunkarus, founder of Charlian, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising the settlement of an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlians took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon the foundation of acclimated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of mind rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture became bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole world would thrive. And so it was no matter that the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founder's teachings for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the age of a brighter star. They would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge to deliver the world. Again, a fundamental understanding of Charlian history and the foundation of the forum. Alright, we're good to go. And I'm gonna do myself a little bit of a favor. Hide window, thank you. Mainly just, I don't want spoilers happening if possible. Alright, so we have the knowledge. We have the power. We have read books. And now it's time for beating people up hour. Sorry, were you waiting long? Not really. Wanted to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Cryle should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon's text mention the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. As present, the plan to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would be nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and ready supply of hot tea. I was quite fond of reading outside. It was not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss you home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, I managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. Seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even Alphino and I were to return to Charlotte and we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. Hoping that our efforts to understand his position and that of the forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. What of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Now, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlotte, and yes, I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilzabard, in fact, for generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, a coastal region opposite the island of Vanavir. Elegans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as their laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the fourth primal calamity brought to an end the Empire's reign, and when the fifth calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos based the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allegan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the last 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case with most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region to Locus Amonis. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs after all. Allegan I no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Our discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and the traditions of Alleg. As the last child born of the Allegan I was given over to the custody of the friends and the students of Baldastian, who had registered me under as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thangred was taken in by Archon Lewis Wall, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even learn the vaunted title of Archon. Perspicacity. That's a word and a half. That's a word and a half. This is exactly why I have such love for this country. I almost say county. Why I wish we were to remain a nation in which a citizen can be. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the form's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try make some headway into these books' areas. Our company should be arriving any moment now. Let me do that again. Any moment now. Okay, so any moment now. Wait at the designated location again. Okay. We returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mrs. Crowell has already flicked through every history book devoted to the disasters, more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking to research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps our knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Oh dear. Let's see, completed installations and creation magic. Primals of unrivaled power summoned from the ether. Worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. I believe primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether was the correct one. I believe Hylian and Zodiac were summoned after the final days have arrived. Quite deliberately, in fact. I screwed that one up. If we were speaking of phenomena caused by the final days, the chaos of creation magics, that was the right one. One rapid from what first comes to mind. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. My bad. I actually wanted to click that, but I second guessed myself. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of summoning rituals. Come on, words. Promulgated by the Scions. Was there aught else of notes which heralded the approach of the final days? An entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Alpha, no, you can answer this one. Let's see. Keening sound from the land itself. The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. I believe it's the first one again, but I could be wrong about that. I'm gonna say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Let's see if I'm right. Ah, yes, I got it! The Amaratines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across the star. Not even Amarat was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I have to speak with one of the Numenans, Mammoths, and ask after any books which may make mention of this sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? Let's see. Knocked Dalamun from the sky. They summoned Hylian. They summoned Zodiac. They were both already summoned, so they knocked Dalamun from the sky. I got it wrong. Surely you can't be serious. That was the seventh thermal calamity. Hardly an event in the distant past, and even if Dalamun had existed at the time, bringing down a moon of any kind would surely only make things worse. Ancient summoned Zodiac in response to the final days. Many sacrifice. Yeah, that was the funny one. Many sacrificed themselves to bring him into being, with Elidibus serving as his heart. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star. Only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set. All right. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. I really wish I could be like, Alpha no! Alpha no! You know the answers. Lives spread anew, and it was these fledgling souls which they intended to render unto Zodiac, in trade which they would allow them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have not, and her fellows had not manifested our opposition in the form of Hylian. Thank you both of you for a detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. And I feel like I'm dumb. With all that freshly in mind, does it make me wonder that what the Teloporoi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days? I find it so funny because I don't know if I did worse than this or trying to sell fish yesterday. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs, is forcing people to summon primals to kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? Convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. So let's return to our attention to the form, shall we? I like how both of them in the background are just staring. It's like, man, our warrior light's strong, but he surely only has one brain cell. We should keep an eye out for Ishtola. But this time we began studying these research papers. Actually, I'm going to say 2 brain cells because I know how to fight and I sometimes know how to answer questions. Why do I got to wait again? Can you just like put this all in one cinematic? Wow, what the heck just happened there? Everyone just log in right here. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended research of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urian J learned of the source's reflections from the Garen oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha. Whatever. It's hidden away in the great Gubal library. Apocrypha. There we go. And it's even likely that this knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on my shelf for any curious scholar to find. On a shelf, not her shelf. But yes, technically her shelf because she's an Archon. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they Archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confront the Master Fortunal with knowledge of Telafroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they pose a threat, and seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty, whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. I got to learn to read in the next 5 seconds. Let's do this. The labor feels like an age as Istola's research assistant. Alright. Ages have gone by. Okay, good. I just gotta speak with Kryl this time. I don't have to wait at the destination again. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what of your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For a moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. All right, so let me get this footgear coffer. Open it up. Okay, it actually showed up in my inventory, so let me put that on. Thank you. Bam, bam, bam. And bam. Ready for a tea break, Azurius? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables. I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Oh, I thought you said tea break. I thought you said tea break. Where is the teleporter thingy? Right there. Okay. And I could just teleport to this one. I don't need to look at the map anymore because of the new edition that they did. So I could just literally just kind of go like, boop, and just go to the exact one I want to go to and click. Still much easier. Still very much easier. And honestly, I'm surprised that wasn't a thing from the get-go, but I can understand working with spaghetti code from 1.0. Could probably cause it to take some forever. Time for some coffee. But I would rather want tea. Actually, no, I don't like tea. Never mind. I want coffee. As busy as ever, I see. Very Charlene that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions to gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telafroi. Might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alexander's just following me around, so let's just talk to people. Hello there. But what? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telafroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that house Levier girl, aren't you? This man with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims. And here you are giving truth to the rumor. Think you leave me be. I've not said like to you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come on, Azurius. Haha, let me do it. I'm sharing a table. Dick. Okay, let's move on. Hello there, I'm gonna sit. Wrong way. This is fine. Yes, I don't believe I had the pleasure. Excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telafroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the the young Miss Levier. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the forum. If the word reached Master Fortunal that I was helping you. I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Can we, like, talk to somebody that, like, might not know us? Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? What? Is it Mr. Salazar I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent this cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. Seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had to set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated. I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Fulchinol may have been, news of your family's doings never stay secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlans have the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, with none the wiser. You just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea is set for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of the regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting on an outside table for a friend of hers. Behind them, you see the Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, I'll just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. Okay. I gotta do an order. First customer's table, which is the tea, which is over somewhere around here by the water's edge, is what they said, right? Let's see. You, I guess, is the tea. Oh boy, I could be wrong about the tea. Oh my. Oh my, tea set. Lovely, thank you. Talaf for who? I'm sorry, I never even heard of them. Are there final days? My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th astral air, common and esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Okay, nothing there. You wanted the omelet. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What did Tawafroy? Oh, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. Had some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. And all these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood. Best stay out of it, I say. The forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Urbane banter with a smile. That's kind of a problem. Is there more than one table? Are you a Mikote? Do you have a tail? Do you have a tail? You have a tail! Yes! I could have probably told him by the ears, but I didn't see the ears. Alas, at last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend hasn't been more soft his feet. Must have been a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlian, priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for these folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which has was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Slothroy make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would these gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. We have an idea of what to do now. We gotta go to the dock. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. You seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickett had nothing on offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. The forum does have secret knowledge, and they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Well, let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind a peristyle? Away from the gossips of the wagging tongues? Yeah, but before that... Sounds, graphics... let's see, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There's a setting for... Whatever, I'll just do that. That might help a teeny little bit. Because I'm getting kind of like weird graphic stutters whenever there's a lot of people on the screen. Actually, no, I want that on because I hate the pop-in, and I know I can handle that. Where are you? There's an option for it. There's an option for it. Let's take a look. Character configuration. Character. No. General. Where are you? Take a look for it later. Actually, you know what? Where is the option to limit the amount of peeps on screen? There we go. Hopefully I get a response on that one because kind of helps a little bit because there's way too many people on right now and it's just ridiculous. I'm walking well past where I need to go. Yeah, see, right here alone is just giving me like annoying issues and like, it's just I want that to tone down a little bit. There's too many people. Oh yeah, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy. To keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
I mean, I could have probably have told you that. That took a little bit. We should tell the others what we learned about the Gleaners. Go ahead to Nominen. I still don't know how to say that one. And I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Yeah, I just thought about that. We were drinking his cups, and we were, like, kind of a distance away. Back over there, so I can just use the little warpy warp. This one's actually closer. Okay. Got all these quests that I'm probably never going to do. Sooner or later, I might actually pick up everything and like just do it all, but not now. Okay, I might have been slightly wrong about this being closer. I could have probably used that one. It maybe was a teeny bit closer. There's the giant wall in the way. Could at least put stairs there. Make it a little bit more efficient. Welcome back, Azurius. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let's see what theory we can build from these facts. As Jistola observed earlier, Numinen archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Azurius and Alizé learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that the most Charlines know nothing in that particular period of ancient history. And my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the states, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it's a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service of the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Anything will be better than burying my head in another dusty book. I understand not everyone is a studious type. Consider this a welcome change of pace then. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That'll be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there. I'll show you where the entrance is. Alright, the stairs over there is not very far away, actually. Ooh. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorientating. I'll take the lead, so stay close. I know there's a walk button. What is the walk button? There it is. I found it. But I'm still faster, even in my walk button state. That's not the button I wanted to hit. That's not the button either. I'm stuck. No, Alice, I'm stuck in the walking. There we go. I fixed it. Run. Even my free company thing is like, ah! Okay. Go. Go, thank you. I know I attuned to that one, so I should be fine with that. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You'd remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, you should keep moving. Yeah, I attuned to it. I attuned to it earlier. Door. As far as the game, then just be like, oh, go to the location. You know where the location is. It's like, oh, follow me, and then you'll find the location. Lift operator. Chocobo keep? Why is there a chocobo keep here? Okay. Weird. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission from our group's ascent. 4. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge. A growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh. Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Aren't they just call this place like the underground library or something? Or like underground storage facility? Not Labyrinthos. It sounds like a horror dungeon or something. Hi, Dobin. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and or in fauna if it needs hauling, I'll haul it. Any decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before though. They did just one a few summers ago even. Then with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Darn if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, huh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Ha ha ha! Your exchange with Dobin has taught you about the taking stock in Labyrinthos. Let me think. The Rio seed should be item 1058. Cumin seeds. I say cumin. 1059. Snurbleberry, 10,060. Were they 10,061? Wow, I said 10,000. 1,000. My head feels like it's been stuffed with moko grass. Exactly. I'm more loads to take out than carry in. I do all this at once and risk mixing it up. What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for the Gurabanian carrots? What then? Exchange with Tifa touched by the large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because if you don't have the look of a gleaner, then I'm no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Not to pick a pack of marmots running loose. Any luck, Azurius? What tales do the gleaners have to tell? Taking stock, large shipments, and they're exhausted. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the form is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We'll do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you get Missouri's, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you mentioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if we help them capture said creatures, it might be inclined towards more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I'll turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Alright, let's capture some marmots, but I'm gonna be fancy about it. I'm gonna talk to you from this box. Darn it. Oh, I fell. Okay, I'll talk to you from here then. You wish to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services. We are offering out of the goodness of your heart to welcome the assistance. Your name is Aaronville, friend. Such a list in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is a trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking these little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. Let's search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. So, east. The map is kind of weird because the entrance is actually up here, so like I'm heading downward on the map. Wow, this map is huge. Okay. Let's find some marmots. Marmots, marmots, where are you? There they are. I was gonna say, I feel like I would like see more people. See hostile presence. No, you are not to kill this marmot. I'll kill you first. Like, really kill you first. Oh no. Number 2. Stop it. Oh, never mind. That's somebody else's. I freaked out for a second. I'm like, no. No, it ran away. Okay, I gotta search for it again. I gotta find it. That's a big thing right there. Let's see. Where are you? Where did you scamper to? I see people jumping over there. That looks like something, but it's not the right location. That's probably just people fighting. It probably will scamper over there in a moment, though. So, yeah, let's find our location. There it is. I did more damage on that one than I did mine. All right, I'm gonna catch you this time. Squeak, sack. Okay. Well, I think I know where the last one is, so, let's get in the car and run it over. Hi, ginormous thing. Okay, so where is this thing at? Somewhere over here, maybe? See if we can get up higher somehow. Maybe. I'll go around this way. I'll follow them. They have an idea. I'll be sneaky about it. Aha. Hello, bye-bye. There you are. And I am catching you. Pull out the sack faster. I caught it. I actually am kind of surprised that there isn't a thingy over here. I like how they attack and then just like completely leave me alone. And them too. All right, back over here we go. So is that what's creating the wind or the breeze or the climate? I'm curious about those. You could be doing all of them actually. Who knows? Hey, outer circuit researcher. Bye, person. I'm probably never going to talk to. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. I caught it. Oh, there's the odd marmot out. Wait, here a moment while I put my friends in the holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. What do you do with the marmots now? Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Well, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now in whatever. Same officials had us working day and night of late, the honorable members of the forum. Who else? Perpetuity. There we go. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those are the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Azurius. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who's looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Crow, the students of Odessian. These others are my associates. You'll be told the forum's decision of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we made the descent to Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those conditions put into action, and more fully understand the reasoning. Why can't I advance the box? There we go. That was weird. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures is empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I would imagine so. I say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've also discovered when the operation was begun, the forum contacted the Gleaners guild ship and put their people to the great work some 4 days after Delafroy made their chilling declaration. I don't know why I tried to say all that under one breath. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity, though some inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives us a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yeah, I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Yeah, his plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And Delafroy's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let's not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of puzzles we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Cryo, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of headache, that's all. Nothing that'll stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. Please allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to Archaeon. We'll follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse. Our marmot, was it? Anyway, just the trolls you need to watch out for. I've killed one. It's funny because they're obviously capturing all these things for like this habitat, and you could literally just go in here and just start killing things. I mean, my guess is that they're trying to capture a bunch of things in order to like if the final days happens and everything gets destroyed, and this is well underground, basically it has like a habitat of a bunch of creatures and stuff that they basically preserved. So if they're basically preparing for it to just happen and they're just taking a neutral stance, they don't want to even bother with it, just like kind of have everything all set up and ready to go. That's my guess. Kind of like a Noah's Ark situation, but a little bit more advanced. Like instead of one dude doing it all, they have like tons. Also, is there a... Yes, there's a thing here. Excuse me. I'll be right back. I'll grab this chocobo key just in case. Not that I really need it. Behold the Archaeon. As Newman serves Charlene's literary archive, so this structure houses a city of wealth of material data. Architecture too is similar. The building I see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains the physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the acclamation of knowledge. Accumulation, whatever, same word. I want to see the building when I talk to you. There we go. Oh, we won't learn anything about you standing out here, so let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Okay, the main building is the one right there, I would imagine. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archaeon's vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners then. May I ask your affiliation? You belong to the students of Aldacian, but is that irrelevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved with the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might I at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, we'll be too late. We were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step outside for a moment, shall we? students about Dacian. We are at an impasse, and as we have no other leads, I would like to peruse this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. Let's seek another means to access the lower levels. We'll dig a hole! It's likely that the people in this area are involved with the restructuring one way or another. If we're to integrate ourselves, you might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let's ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. I like how they say a few strong backs, and I look at the map and there's just quests everywhere. But I'm like, that's nothing of what we're doing. We're looking for people that actually have thingies above their head, like this one. What's that? Take you down a lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and not only have I found a spare moment to rest. I see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, soldiering a large pack. Engage in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be heading down below after he's done with whatever he's doing. And the next person I imagine is somewhere over here. There you are. Am I taking the lift? No, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. I was wandering around Tranquility. Yeah, I said that right. And so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Honestly, it's cool, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose I have to take care of it until the Archeon is opened again. Take care of it, you say? I am now the creature. Take me into the vaults. Search for the gleaner. Okay. They're not that far from here. Can I jump over this wall, or is it like slightly too high? Okay, I can. Good. Let's see. I would imagine they're in here. Can I go in here? No. It's like a door that won't door. Okay then. Are they down here? Well, that helps. Everybody else is doing the quest right now, so everybody else is standing right next to where I need to go. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. That thing over there? Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. Cloud can I need a two captures close, very close. Oh, that's somebody's mount. You should help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is the common gathering spot for birds of all kinds. The one I'm after today is a hornbill. Its feathers are green, its cry is a distinctive caw. Signal it out and shoot over the sleeping dart. Effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim a quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. It's a mini game where I could just like hit him with the dart and then he falls asleep. Got it. Yeah, it's actually about right where I shot it too.
Fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion, then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
All right, so let's take a look at the mine shaft. Exactly what they said. This place has weird music. Guy was like actually carrying a box, so I wonder if that's gonna be a quest later. Like, we gotta do that. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It's faint, but I hear something moving within. Creature's horn there by the researchers, don't you think? Oh, slithering beasts aside, we need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Did that actually go in my inventory? It did. And does that actually show? Of course not. Of course. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other when it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again on the other end of the tunnel. Speaking of end of the tunnel, wow, that's a big tunnel. Could head that way, but the game wants me to head over here, so. Moving on. It's a good idea whenever I hear someone use a mount and I'm traveling long distance. I'm like, mount time. Oh, this is a much longer survey. is down that way. Looks like I'm about to have an MSQ buddy for a little bit. Oh, we're done. That works too. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing in consequence, at least. As promised, the tunnel has delivered us to the Medio Circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Arnville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for the Great Migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Nearest facility is up in this direction, but it says down, even though it's up. Weird. Either way. Huh. I don't know where they're running to. Aha, now I know where we are. This is Miro Agriculture. X or something like that. I missed it. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it into the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name only listed nutritional benefits scribbled on the card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. There are those to do the same are cast about for useful clues. I find it funny that the first split that I did was literally about taking action. The second split is about learning about things, trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Why, hello there. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. How are you used to the lift being restricted? How did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has this fulfilling order list a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we already thoroughly researched. Acting strange, huh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all will be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Again, I already feel like I know the answer, is that they're preparing for the final days by literally just kind of making sure that they have all the stock ready to go. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Highly surprising given as natives of a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, region in the south of Ilzabard. Boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for a myriad of flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territories ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed the Locus Onus. Huh. The forum saw it not as a prize, however, but the researcher's ideal environment, one whose comment strove to recreate with the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. Speaking of those grapes, look at that. Look at those polygonal things. It's a necessity of MMOs to run smoothly, but it always looks funny to me. I feel like they could have maybe had 2 more polygons to pop, but even then, they gotta make sacrifices somewhere. Where is the next person at? Let's see, how big is the border that I can go? Maybe they're... I want to say, can I get in that building? Nope, I can't get in that building. He literally just teleported out of there. He's like, nope. Are they up and around? Is there anything over there? I don't see anything. Where's the next one at? Maybe they're outside the wall. There's a lot of area right around this thing, so maybe they're around the wall somewhere. Either that or I just completely missed them. Oh, hello. That's a fall. Okay. How do I get up? There we are. Where's this last person at? I thought I would like see like a bunch of people just surrounding the things like I normally am because of just how things are right now. But I don't see another symbol anywhere. Where's the last one at? There you are. You do have ought to be taken down below, more than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop the hill over there. God's hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. The stacked boxes up on top of the cliff. Alright then, well, I guess I'll drive up the cliff. Labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and sapling accompanied by the sheaves of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Wonder what that's about. This crowd's still feeling unwell. Never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We can't let our quarry slip away. Aaronville is heading westward along the path outside the Arcane. Come, we can still reach him. Why'd they run that way? It's right. It's there. I'm just gonna jump down. I mean, I guess they're taking the I'm gonna like actually not go down a cliff route, but still, it's just funny to me that they all run in that direction. But I'm like, Oh, whoops. So, yeah, I can't fall down that, but still, it was kind of made me go like, whoa, for a second. Hold on a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is the Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos climate control centers. It should have its own list, which one could access the upper lower tiers. If I were an agent on the farm, I would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Aaronville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. Only Graha and his vanished spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Pretty hop, my little toads. Goodness! Unaccustomed to the transfer configuration. Worry not, he'll wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Aaronville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I'll refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'll be less likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You're changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with the quest objectives. You'll return from your transfigured status should you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Think we stole or restore or belong it. Okay then. Huh. Straight path. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alatoad are now accompanying you. Keep them on your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering a different area. Yep. I'm surprised I don't just see like a trail of toads just walking along this path. I have a feeling I'm probably going to. Yep, there's a couple. Okay, this way? Is that just a bigger toad? Okay, just avoid that. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Alatoad turns to face the north. Perhaps she's suggesting you cross the bridge. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit? Alatoad attempts it, fails, and shakes his head, but you nevertheless understand that he's telling you this is the wrong way. Okay, now it's getting slightly dangerous. Let me just kind of nudge my way along the side here.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
He's got a point. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specialized in animal procurement that would not be so easily deceived. He seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called into action. Telafroy's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is that they hope to fulfill, they deem a sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Yashola and Cryle for the moment, see what they think of this. Yep, I gotta go a decent ways back. Should be easy now that I'm not a toad and I can actually get on a mount. I see one toad. I see a couple more toads. I'm gonna be seeing a lot of toads in this area. Especially that toad. Bye-bye, toad. Hi, another toad. Welcome back. I trust you found Arenville then. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Cryle and then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we can find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. You think with how many times I've been transformed into a toad just doing trials and stuff, that, at least not story-wise, just kind of in general, that I would probably know how to impersonate a toad properly. But oh well. Let's see. I would like to go further down, but I don't see I can't head that way, of course. By the flowers, which was up on the cliff. So I'll just head up this way. I don't know why they gave me a search reticle if I know where the flowers are at.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order! This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
from the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuner, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order!
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
And I think that was my quest objective the entire time. That was a very, very long cinematic. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. Our endless investigations have not been in vain, for now we know that this mysterious studio of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we'll struggle to learn else more of sustenance here in Sharlian. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Alphino, Halize, it is you. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother. Milliance Olivia are at your service. And you find people must be the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. Word reaches fathers that you are here. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking of my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunal are on best of terms at the moment. I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. At matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure, Azurius, what do you think? Azurius? The Azurius, Carmine? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. But we must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return to find you enjoying our hospitality, servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Azurius, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I apologize, my mother's not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Azurius? Though it seems we shall have a little time to enjoy it, will you come to us to visit our home? Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room is always so perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Your estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Wonder if I can find a spot that people float again. I think it was this staircase right over here. Apparently, it's happened to multiple people, so I'm kind of curious if I can get it to happen again. Nope. There's... Oh well. Now that Zay and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. Spend a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Did I turn to this one? I think I did. And here you are at last. Please do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuno is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scions coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. 'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
I was wondering when they would get their change of clothes. And they get it directly from their mother themselves. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her. And I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let's return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Alright, sounds like a plan to me. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, never mind. That's why I can't teleport to it, because I'm right next to it. I'm sitting there, I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, this is why I would love to deal with turning all these off, because every single time there's like a ton of people on screen, the frame rate dips like 1 frame, and then I get like screen tear, and it's like, Enjoy your time with the Leveilleurs, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. Meantime, we edge over closer to the secret of the Forum strives to hide, and the flowers bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. Confident that once we heard your report from the Envir, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. Speaking of, since there have been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales?
Your time in Thafnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders would be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostela, and myself. The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alpha knows in the right group?
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzit-Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetheryte at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Well, I do have one excuse for being late. Before we actually head into the tower, I actually do want to see about picking up some new classes. From what I'm aware, one of them is in Limsa. I just don't really know where the other one is. I think it was in Oda. So I'll find them real quick, get them, try them out, and then we'll come back to the tower. I just gotta find it. Let's see. Let's open up my map. Maybe it was out of the blue. That's Blue Mage. Sage's Path. Okay, That's obvious. Okay, so let's head over there and pick up Sage. Solo Sage, Bookworm's Attire Coffer, and Stone Gold Meprise. This quest will unlock the Sage job. Limsa, former disreputable haven for pirates, now one of the realm's finest city-states, boasting peerless shipping industry and viable culinary culture. Oh, how it bustles, the tomes did not lie. Ah, well, here I am, Mother, in faraway Eorzea. I skipped the line. And afterwards, perhaps I shall invite our esteemed Lumina Alize for tea at the Bismarck. I'll be the envy of everyone. Ah! What line did I miss? Kinda curious. My apologies, good sir. I failed to notice you. To complete this mission, just to watch in your normal name as the first in my class, I will succeed. And by your appearance, I assume you are an adventurer. Are you perchance well traveled in Eorzea? So you are. How very fortuitous. Azurius is your name, you say. So I've heard it somewhere before. In any event, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As for myself, I'm an operative on a mission from the Forum, our nation's governing body. This being my first time in Eorzea, I studied as best as I could in preparation, but there's no substitute for the locals' knowledge. Thus did I intend to hire an adventurer like yourself to serve as my escort. The mission is the pursuit and capture of fugitives, and thus it will entail some danger, but you appear to be no stranger to such. Might you be willing to assist me in this endeavor? I'd be glad to give you the grand tour. Wonderful. Well, I have some skill with the blade and can fend for myself. Should be glad of your capable company. Now then, ere I divulge the particulars of my mission, we should head somewhere more private. Perhaps outside the city by the Zephyr Gate? Okay, so by the Zephyr Gate we go, which is literally like right over here somewhere. Yep, right outside the city, literally. Imagine if I had to walk all the way down there. Like, just all the way across the bridge. That would take forever. There they are. Where everybody's surrounding them, of course. Forgive me if I seem overly cautious, but this mission is highly confidential. For the wrong people to learn of it, my superiors will give me an earful. But I believe we may speak freely here, so permit me to brief you on the details. As I mentioned, I am on the trail of fugitives, criminals who fled Charlian and came to these shores. Extremely dangerous individuals who have enhanced themselves via forbidden means we have rendered them unsound of mind. While in a state of delirium, one of their compatriots even committed murder. He died thereafter due to the side effects of his enhancement. But 3 others remain at large and pose a threat to innocence. Their leader, Vera Mel, who is also alleged to have stolen valuable technological secrets. By way of reference material, I brought this soul crystal. Ow, it's hot. What in the world? I've never known soul crystals to give off such a heat before. Phew, it's finally cooled down. What could have triggered that intense reaction? Not even in the studio did I ever witness such a thing, but maybe it was you? Technological secrets which were stolen were contained in a similar crystal. This particular sample has been loaned to me by a healing institute in Charlian. Tell me, Azurius, in the course of your adventures, have you ever fervently wished to save someone? You failed to do so despite your best efforts, and afterwards curse your own powerlessness? Yes, but it doesn't stop me from trying to save whoever I can. Forgive me if my question was indelicate, but there can be no doubt the soul crystal resonated with that desire within you. When I received the crystal, I was told that should I respond in this manner to my Eorzean collaborator, I should entrust it to them. For the knowledge it imparts, the knowledge of Semantics would surely avail me in my mission. Developed the studium, Semantics is a discipline which combines the wisdom of medicine, etherology, and sorcery, and those who have mastered it are called sages. Through medicine, a sage grasps workings of the flesh, though etherology unlocks the secrets of the soul, and through sorcery, he learns to manipulate the two. Thus trained, a sage has the ability to both strengthen and heal, yet by the same token, he's also capable of the opposite, of causing harm. Not just anyone can take up the sage's art. No, one must be prepared to hold the lives of others in one's hand. Are you willing to bear such a burden? You are, and you swear to use the art for good, then I shall entrust the soul crystal to you. So have you come to a decision? And I'll bear witness to your pledge. Do you swear to use the sage's art for good and wield its power to the best of your judgment and ability? Yes. Excellent. Chosen as you are by the crystal, I had faith that you would rise to the occasion. When those around you cry out for succor, the crystal shall be your ally, for it bears the wisdom of sages past and their hopes for the future. Hearkening to the whispers and followings in their footsteps, you will come to embody those hopes, to save and change countless lives. Lest you worry about how you will learn the art, I can provide guidance to an extent. In any case, during my time at the studio, I had occasion to study some semantics. You see, while I wasn't gifted in spellcrafting and came a favor of steel, I remember the lessons and will share what I know. Together with the soul crystal, I shall provide you with a set of sage's garments. So go on, take up your crystal and don your attire. We shall begin your training. Okay, so Sage, I got to actually do the thingy. There we go. And where is the Sage weapon at? Is it in here? Oh, wow. I ran out of space for all that, really? Okay. So, this thing here, I'll just kind of do this. Boots, I will just do this. And gloves, I will just do this. And then the sage weapon, there you are. I shall go bam. Oh, armory chest space, of course. Come on. Yeah, I will. I mean, insufficient chest space. It would. Oh, it'll take off all my stuff, duh. So I got to make room for everything. Okay. Okay, and then one more of that, and then one more of this, and then go back to this, and I shall equip this, be naked for a split second, and then equip everything I can. There we go. Sage. Adder's Gall gauge. The Adder's Gall gauge indicates accumulated stacks of Adder's Gall, which are stored automatically over time. Adder's Gall can be consumed to execute actions such as Durocol and Caracol acquired at level 50. Okay, I should already have them then. The gauge builds stacks of Adder Sting when the barrier's effective Eucrasian diagnosis is completely absorbed. Adder Sting and stacks can be used to execute actions such as those. When active, can be used to enhance the effects of dosis, diagnosis, and prognosis. Okay. So let me make a gear set here for this. Add. There we go. Okay, so this is a lot of stuff to go into, but I also need to fix this all. I thought that said Pepsis. Or like, it does say Pepsis. Okay. This is going on 7. This is getting out of here. This is getting out of here. This is getting out of here. Swift cast will go to about here. Resurrects targets to a weakened state. That can go here since I won't be using that often in Suna. That's fine. Repose can go somewhere around here because I don't really use it that often. Lucid Dreaming will go on 2. Let's see here. This is unexpected damage to all enemies. Okay, so that's like a area effect thing. Stores their own HP and the HP of nearby party members. Okay, so that is basically a cure 2 in this case. So this is cure 1, cure 2, cure cast will go here. Let's see here. Damage taken by nearby self on all nearby party members. I could set that somewhere. This is a lot of stuff. AoE. Augments certain offensive action. Doses upgraded. Okay, so this is basically like a upgrade thingy. Restores HP nearby party members. That is basically one of these. Potency of effects granted by you by 50%. So this is an instant cast of a recast of that. That will definitely be replacing this one here. It's this one. Let's see. Magic barrier around you, target nearby party members, absorbs damage equivalent to a heal of 300. Okay, so that's another thingy. What do we got going on here? Stores own our target party members' HP. That is basically another cure, but it is an instant, so it will basically be like a moment thing. Rescue would definitely go on here somewhere. Let's see. That augments certain actions, so I'm gonna actually kind of move this over here like so. And then that's an instant. There's a lot of stuff to deal with, but I'm just gonna move all this like this, and then I'll figure this out from here. Okay. So I got thingies. Let's see. So that basically just makes like a big thingy. Okay. That basically just killed stuff. Okay. So basically, that's a cure. So that definitely would move maybe somewhere else. Stores. Oh, that's a Suna. I don't even know why I even read that. Oh, this is a rush effect, so I'm gonna have that somewhere over here. Okay, so this is another one. So basically these two. Man, that's a lot of stuff. I'm gonna have to sit here and figure this all out at some point. Okay, but I could just learn it all from you by learning it now, so. All right, so teach me. I see the crystal has imparted to you its knowledge as expected. Excellent, you're ready to embark on your training. It naturally begins with the ornaments. Shed a short staves known as newlifts. Newlifts trace their roots to healers of Eld, who employ naturally occurring objects of power known as Adder stones. These stones, which harbor spiritual energy, were placed around the sick and ailing to create an etheric confluence which the healer channeled his magics. From this primitive design, newlifts gradually evolved into their present form. While their construction is far more sophisticated, basic principle remains unchanged. In practice, the sage wields newlifts as an extension of his mind, sending them darting through the air to weave the arcane patterns through which he unleashes advanced magics. Blah. If they sound difficult to wield, well, it's because they are. Even the students most talented require years of training to become proficient. But you have the advantage that transcends talent. The crystal has chosen you. With its knowledge, the technique will come more naturally to you than others. Now, as much as I'd like to have you try your hand with the newlifts at once, I just received promising intelligence from command. Apparently, our fugitives have taken themselves to Idleshire in the Dravanian hinterlands. Let's make our way there at once. That's very far away from Limsa. I mean, thankfully enough, I could literally just teleport, but still, that's very far away from Limsa. Okay, so where exactly you're at? Okay, right next to the door. Okay. And the nice thing is I start at level 70, but man, my health is garbage. So this is Idyllshire. The tales do not do this place justice. Truly impressive that the goblins and fellow scavengers have managed to build upon the ruins of our colony. To the task at hand, as I mentioned before, we have reason to believe that the fugitives recently passed through this town. May even still be here. For the sake of efficiency, I suggest we split up and search. I will see to the town south, if you could tend to the north. So I'm looking at the fact that I only need 2 million experience to level up. And I'm like, man, when I leveled from 70 to 80, it was like 11 million experience. And I'm like, I wonder, I don't have the book on me. I already replaced the book, so sadly I can't get a new one, I don't think. I was curious if the book like changed. Help! Somebody please, I need help! Did you hear that? I mean, pretty sure the entire town did. That man is in trouble. What is that guy wearing? Stop this at once. Cube. The Sage's barrier. Loifa. Too many eyes and ears, we best leave. I don't know who you are and I don't care. Do not get in our way again. You've been warned. Wait! The other guy didn't even make a gesture of teleport. He's just like, I'm gone. Bye-bye. You know what'd be useful? Tracking their ether current and like seeing where they teleported to. We've done this before. Thank you. How do you not intervene when you did? I dread to think what might have become of me. For me to introduce myself. Foul Dreamnets of Charlian at your service. Truly. I'm Charlian too. A recent graduate of the studium, in fact. Would you mind telling us what happened? Oh, what that Alumina will come to my rescue. Taliak watches over his own. As to what happened, what is there to say? I was going about my business when they set upon me. About warning on provocation. I see. What of your business then? If you would not mind my asking. Healing. Provision of it, that is. I am a sage, you see. And I travel around, providing treatment gratis to those who cannot afford it. A sage besides. Speaking of which, one of your assailants, the Vieira man, also wielded sage magic. Was he known to you? No, I've never heard or so much as laid eyes upon him before. I do have an inkling, however, as to why the villains have come here. If they use the sage's art for ill, then their destination is like to be Saint... that place. The Habitorium. Why would they possibly seek in that abandoned place? Following the Exodus, the cultivation of certain plants become forbidden in Charlian. That which can no longer be found in the motherland still grows freely there, among which are potent but dangerous herbs. I see. That does sound the reason, and I dare say it was your knowledge that the fugitives attacked you. You too are a sage, yet you do not appear to be Charlian. How did you come by your soul crystal? The people of Physis Technon have entrusted the crystal to me. When it exhibited a strong resonance in Azuria's presence, I in turn entrusted it to him. Then you were chosen to inherit. Is Optimus Master Faldrenet? Or is it like Faldrean? No, it's just nothing. But I was struck by the remarkable providence to have crossed paths with sages so far from home. Ours is a reclusive nation after all. Our policy is to observe, not intervene. This did not sit well with me, and so I left Charlene behind, as the great Master Luo Swalla once did. And though I would never dare equate myself to him, I too believe in my duty to alleviate suffering in the world. So that's what brought you to Eorzea. You are a noble soul, Master Faldrean, and I commend your resolve. Well, I must return to the road. I thank you again for coming to my aid. Till next we meet, let us both endeavor to seek out new knowledge and possibilities for the betterment of mankind. Let's head to Saint that place at once. Given what we know of the fugitives, I consider that they might be after knowledge seated in the Great Gubal Library. Master Faldrean presents a compelling theory. And for all but proven theory of my own, our quarry have clearly enhanced themselves with sage magic. I had suspected as much given what they stole, but the leader's actions earlier leave little room for doubt. How do they give us a greater insight into who they are, what their ultimate goal? Regardless, to use the sage's soul crystal for ill is unforgivable, and I'll not rest until these criminals have been brought to justice. Right, to the Arbitrarium. Arbitrarium. How do you say that word? Arboretum. Our mission aside, I dare say it will be an ideal place for your training. Arbitorium. Something like that. I don't know. It's words. Ooh, all the way over there. I still haven't filled out that map, surprisingly enough. Alright, well, let's get on a mount and go. I do like that they have the learning the class specifics in like an area that's like, hey, you've been here before, so thankfully I could go really, really fast. So where are you at? Very far out of the way, wow. By the scholar, so this is St. Moshian's Arboretum. Arbitrum. From the illustrations, I think it would be so immense. It may interest you to know that this place holds special meaning in sages. From ancient strains to crossbred creations, myriad medicinal plants have been cultivated within its halls. Last in the wicked exodus 15 years ago, this once magnificent institution has fallen to ruin. Still, there's a certain charm in seeing nature reassert her dominion. I must be a veritable menagerie of rare wildlife within. I'd like to spend a day studying them, if you'll got it in hand. Forgive me, this isn't a field trip, but a mission. Our objective is to find the fugitives, and failing that, clues that will lead us to them. Please see to your preparations, spot or practice with your spells will not go astray, and then we shall venture in. You'll learn all the sage actions and trace level 70. Detailed description can be, yep, figured that much. Okay, so I am just gonna learn through practice. In the event that you are defeated, you'll be able to try again for the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. That's neat. It took them onto this expansion and do that. There's some battles I would love to have continued on from like where I lost. If our assumption is correct, the fugitives have come and may still be here. Keep your eyes peeled and keep your guard up. These halls are home to dangerous creatures. I will draw their attention that you may focus on applying your techniques. This is gonna be a pain because I don't really know how to do it. Yes, please. You have cast Cardia on me. So I'll establish a magical link between us. Okay. The residual ether of your attacks will be channeled onto me, healing my wounds as you deal damage to our foes. That's cool. Yes, just so. Let's continue on. For a barrier, okay. This time augment your spells using that one. So, bam, and then diagnosis. This one. Okay. I just did. I just did. This. And then this. Am I not doing the right? I'm not doing the right one. That's why. This one. Okay, so now that you have a barrier on you, you do your stuff, and I will apparently do damage. Okay, this gives me thingies when I do that. You got that going on, so I do this, and then this to give you a barrier. And then I keep doing this until I get these thingies. Okay, well that's not as bad. I just need to figure out everything, so... I might want to sort these a little bit differently when I figure it out. But I will figure that out as I go. Okay, I'll do this on you. And then this. So this has a recast of like 1, so I might as well just be doing that like almost all the time. And now I want to heal you up, which I don't need to do that again because you're fine. So I'll just cast this on you and heal you. But I probably want to cast this first to enhance my spell. And then this is basically just the regen, so that's nice. And this will reduce damage. That is something I probably should put on my other bar. You're taking a lot more damage than I like, so I probably want to actually start doing some damage of my own to heal you at the same time. You are about to die. Okay, so this, I need to learn how this works. Okay, so I'm thinking I might come back to this. For now, let's go to... Yeah, let's go to Ul'dah and see if I can figure out where Reaper is. I'm pretty sure it's in Ul'dah. I'll come back to this later. For now, I'm still learning the class, so I might want to actually learn how to set up my hotbar first a little bit more. And then I'll figure out all the combos and go from there. In terms of... I'm going to assume it's the Killer Instinct because it's level 70. And that sounds like a good in terms of what it is. It's next to the Adventurers Guild. So let me just swap back over to Paladin. Okay. And then Adventurers Guild. Okay, so it's right there. You there, you're the fighting sword, yes, and by the looks of it, one of no mean skill. That's a weird way of saying that. My employer is in desperate need of a man of your talents, you see. Some beset by threats from an unsavory group of thugs known as the Lemures. Their leader demands my master part of some of his considerable wealth, or, well, I should tell you that they call her the Reaper, and leave the rest to your imagination. You don't intend to acquiesce with these churlish demands without a fight, and a stout arm by our side will go far to ensure our survival. Your arm, perhaps? In case the opportunity to perform a good deed isn't enticement enough, please be reminded that my master possesses considerable wealth. If you would aid us, come with haste to the Sapphire Avenue Exchange, and make our stand against these brutes. I have a feeling that a DPS class would be a little bit easier to figure out. I mean, I'm good with healing, but I'm not good with that class yet. So I will learn that one, as well as learn this. And hopefully I will be much better next time I actually try that. So maybe I'll come back to it on the next stream and actually like give that another go. And see how much more I improved, if any. I know why you're here. If you mean to lay a finger on my coin purse, you have to pry it from my cold, lifeless master. He's a friend. This adventurer has agreed to help. Most show the Reaper what our empty imitations are worth. Intimidations are worth. I don't even know what I said. I see. My apologies, sir. Tensions have been high of late, as I'm sure you can understand. For reasons that elude me, these Lemures have made my life a waking nightmare. Sight unseen, they have demanded that I begin paying them for the luxury of my own life. Rumors abound of their origins. Some say that the... Come on, words. Detritus of some barbaric nation. They flaunt our laws and threaten their betters with impunity. They're led by a dead-eyed killer who draws their sight with the smallest slight, refuse their payments of coin. Did I say refuse? Refuse their payments of coin. She takes their share of your lifeblood instead. Rubbish, I say. This Reaper is not but a toothless bandit. Insurance theory you have there. Care to test it? I said insurance. Interesting. You're the Reaper. Oh, you're a perceptive one, ain't you? Suppose that's how you came to be in possession of so many shiny things? And what do we have here? Hiring more help while our ledgers remain unbalanced? You wouldn't be trying to wriggle your way out of paying us for a job well done, would you? You've hired them before? My, how do we keep the lies straight? You didn't tell your hired muscle here what great friends we were? So great, in fact, that you trusted none other than me and mine to put the scare into your competition. A job we were happy to do. You can't find your fortune in this fair city without stepping over a few bodies on the way. After all, but as flexible as our morals are, I'm afraid without the coin to bend them, we have only one recourse, unless... One does wonder how you found yourself with a bodyguard of such uncommon metal. Aye, not an ounce of fear in that gaze, and not the mote to puffed up arrogance, either. This lad, my dear Giljo Yolo, is a genuine article. He has what we in the mercenary trade call the killer instinct. How's this? For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I'll make it simple. Let me take this adventure off your hands, and the debt is forgiven. What? That's all? I believe this is what them in your trade call a bargain. As for you, adventurer, it seems you've been made a free agent, but if you're still inclined to put the instincts of yours to use, come and visit our headquarters in Pearl Lane. The door's open. I technically just got sold. Why did they walk? Oh, yeah, I see that. That's why they walk that way. I'm like, wait a minute. I guess this is the walkway of people becoming Reapers now. Boss told me you'd be along. Coming in? Sure. Did I just get hired for a mob? Boss, the guest of honor has arrived. Ah, the savior Alamigo and Doma deigns to appear before me. I've heard all about you. It's hard not to win in this line of work. Stories paint you as a ferocity incarnate, a force of nature few have survived. Peace, friend. I have no desire to put the killer to the proof personally. I don't have a death wish. You can call me Drusilla. I'm a Reaper, one of many, and the leader of this little family here. That's why I invited you into our home. There's a job I'd like you to take care of for me. I won't work with criminals and thieves. No, there's no need for name calling. Untwix your small clothes and listen to the particulars first. I won't ask you to do anything unsavory. This job will be a boon to your fellow man, in fact. All you have to do is kill one for me. Though perhaps kill ain't the right word, seeing as he's already dead. Don't look so surprised. I know you've seen the dead walk. This time you be up against the void sense, come here to unleash a singular brand of wickedness upon the world. Won't be an easy task. The evil driving this monster is black as the void and near as deep. Countless souls have succumbed to its hunger, worthy prey for ones inclined to heroics, don't you think? You can't face it as you are, though. Storied as your strength may be, I'll need to train you in techniques. Techniques that let you pierce the void and slaughter its kin. Keep talking. Don't see many Guardians in Uda, do you? Let alone one as savage as this. Save your startled gasp, I'm not out of surprises yet. Hold your hand out to the crystal here. If you're made of the stuff I think you are, then you're in for a treat. That's it. I knew you had what it takes. This be an avatar, a manifestation of your essence in this Stygian power of the void scent on the other side. The void scent to wish, if you so choose, you will bind it to yourself. You will gain skills unlike anything you have ever known. Skills that allow people like me to operate in the shadows and kill those that needed killing since time immemorial. And your first assignment, should you walk this path, is to use the power of one's voice against another for the betterment of the realm. Your reward will be the wisdom of countless generations of Garlean assassins. But if siding with my kind makes your stomach churn, then take your indignation somewhere else. If the thought of having one foot in the void makes your stones hurt, why is it going fast? If any concern represents through your soul, then take your virtue and piss off. However, if you none the aforementioned objections and you don't mind walking with a knives at a choice knife in depth, then you have the tools to see your justice done and done right every time. This is a choice you must make, and soon. Every moment a quarry stalks line is another opportunity for it to do harm. Take you to come to a decision, am I right? There'll be no turning away once you're chosen, mind you. You'll dance with death and return as an envoy. Or you won't return at all, so what will it be? I will not suffer the void sent to threaten innocence. I will dance. Very good, then let's not waste time. Take up this crystal and test both worlds that you walk as a reaper. Bind yourself to the void and claim the strength that the weak of heart shun. Through the avatar at your side does the voice and bring its power to bear, feeding upon souls of the fiends you cut down in return. Not a bad arrangement, huh? But I'm sure you'll tire of words. Here, the traditional weapon of our order. Let's see how it looks strapped to your back. Okay, well, now I need to make... Actually, yeah, I'm going to need to make space again. Yay! Everything's full again, so let me get rid of you. 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 And you. There we go. Now I should be able to switch jobs by putting on the scythe and then put on my clothes. Okay. And then I will set up a new gear list for this. Okay. Soul gauge can be filled via the execution of certain weapon skills or by defeating enemies afflicted with death's design. With sufficient souls stored in a gauge, you can execute actions such as Bloodstock, Brim Swap, or Gluttony, acquired at level 76. You can be the god. That's it. That's it. Okay. So what do we got here? Deliver attack of opponency at 300. Attack opponency 100. That's a combo action with slice. Okay. And the second wind is gonna go over here. You are gonna go there. You're gonna leave my hotbar. You're gonna leave my hotbar. You're gonna leave my hotbar. True north. You're going down here. Let's see here. Feint can go around here. Let's see. Leg sweep is over here since that's stun target. Bloodbath can go on 4. Okay. Let's see. What is... You know what? I'm going to look up actions and traits on this one so I can figure this out. Slash, waxing slice, and shadow death. It's not a combo action. I'm going to need to learn my combo actions here. That Hell's Egress is the one that brings me forward. Arm's Length is going to go over here. Let's see. Deliver attack on opponency 460. It's an instant thingy. That's okay. Ingress is forward. And where's Egress at? Where is Egress at? Egress is backwards, so forward, backward. Okay, cool. Opponency all nearby enemies. Deliver attack of 460. That's just a weapon skill that kind of recharges. Let's see, deliver attack of opponency 140. Recast of that. Combo action with waxing slice. So that's the one I was looking for. So you can go over here now. There's my combo of 3. Let's see, 460, that's an instant. You are nearby enemies. You are also nearby enemies, and you increase the soul gauge. So you can go here. Okay. Okay, Arcane Crest. Grants cast a time borrowed to self, creating a barrier, nullifies damage up to 10% of maximum HP. That, I didn't mean to cast it, but that's okay. Bloodstock, summon your avatar, deliver an attack with opponency 340. And Soul Reaver, it's just a standard attack. Shares a recast timer of all avatar attacks except Gluttony. Okay, so... Let's see, grants Soul Reaver. Okay. Unexpected damage with opponency of 300. That is just a standard spell, so I can go around here somewhere. I'll swap these two, actually. Do that. Let's see... Barrier nullifies damage up to 10% of maximum HP. Soul Scythe, deliver attack and potency nearby enemies. You can go around there somewhere. Shares recast timer Soul Slice, which is there. Okay. So that's good. So you, Arcane, can go up here because that's my 10%. And then, let's see, delivers attack opponents to 400. This is flank and rear, so fun times there. Gotta figure out where to put those now. Flank and rear. And then Nightmare Scythe, opponents see all nearby enemies. Okay. Let's see, rear. This is the flank one. I want rear here. Flank here. You can go here. Okay, cool. And then I will go with that for now. Where's my other thingies? Let's see, instant, recast timer at 30, delivers attack. Where's recast timer at 20? Quickly dash, okay. Some avatar, recast timer. Okay, I think I'm good. I just don't like the fact that, let's see, lowers physical damage dealt by 10%. I'll just set that there. Second one can go there. Guillotine, deliver attack on policy 200. All enemies in a column before you. Something like that. Okay, I'm gonna have to move some of these down to make this work. Okay. And I'll go with something like that for now. Okay. Now let's figure this out. Soul Gauge, I don't like it being right there. Let's see. HUD layout. Soul Gauge, you can be tiny, please. I don't need you super huge. Save, and you can go around here. I would like to have you on the simple side, actually. Simple. So here ought to do. Save. Bam. Okay. Now let's figure out my stuff. How do you find the way to decipher in your hands? Please, and I hope now that we have a bit more in common, it's time to become better acquainted. What's the name of our newest Reaper? Azurius. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue. But so it is with Eorzean names. If every new one I learn, one more is forgotten. Yours can replace Jidlilo. After our little conversation, I think it'll give us a wide berth. Any road will be more worthwhile concerns than shifty merchants. Namely, you can converse well and proper with the tricks of our trade. The best way to do that is through battle. One of the families having trouble, particularly Vex and Fiend, and sent word asking for assistance. His names are Negnis. He is stationed near Dakota's Cry. Not much of a fighter, but he's got a keen mind for trading. Can find a needle and stack of needles if need be. We best hurry before he ends up at the bottom of some monster's gullet. Okay, near Cutter's Cry. Okay, let's try to learn how this works. Oh boy. Hopefully I set up all my combos correctly. I don't know if I did or not, but my hotbar looks atrocious at the moment. So I'm going to just kind of do something like this for now. All right, well, let's learn how Reaper works. It's a DPS, so I have a feeling it'll be easier, but depending on combo locations and where I actually set them on my hotbar, I don't know if I set them up right. I guess I'll figure it out. But let's go from here. Not you. Not you. There we go. Boss, who's this? Are you sure we should be getting an outsider involved? Thank you for your discretion, Arnegdis, but it ain't needed. He has a personal contact with me, so consider him a mercenary in service to the family. Whatever you say in front of me, you can say in front of him. How you will, boss. The Chimera has been making these sands a living heck for anyone who dares to wander into his territory. Speak us since our trade route cuts right through it. Men I hired to carry my goods are scared to death, and I can't blame them. None of us are fit for monster hunting, so I sent you. We'll see what we can do, Argnagus. If you want to find a rock to hide behind, though, chimeras ain't known for being the most discriminating of beasts. Probably Arnagus. Time to put your new skills to good use. You learned all the actions level 70? Yep. Let's see if I can figure this one out at least. Yes, I am ready, but I don't know if I'm ready. Let's see. Let's get on with the hunt, eh? When you draw out the chimera of some Myrmidon meat. Accustom yourself with the Reaper's tools. Harvest the souls of the fallen to call forth your avatar. Okay, so I gotta fill up the soul gauge to perform combos starting with Slicer using skills such as Soul Slice. Best Reapers fight in tandem with their avatars. Let's see how you do. Alright then, so pull forward and do attacks. Apparently, harp is just a combo that I just kind of tack on with stuff. Okay. Okay, so this gives me Bloodstock, which grants Soul Reaver. Okay. Okay, so I gotta figure out how to summon my avatar. Okay. Okay, so where did I set those ones? Okay, so I need to set these up. Use Gibbet, use Gallows, use Guillotine. Okay. So I need to be able to summon the thingy, right? How do I go about doing that? Summons your avatar, which is Bloodstock. Okay, so Bloodstock, which then allowed me to use Gallows. Okay. And Gibbet, I just need more soul gauge for? Oh no, that's on a recast timer, right? How much does that? Why can't I use it exactly? Actually, Bloodstock changes to... Okay, so I need to use this. And then I could use Gibbet. Okay. Okay, so I need to switch between Gallows and... Yeah, okay, so I see now. I need to switch between those two in order to do those. Okay, so how do I get to Guillotine? Which Guillotine is... Where is Guillotine? Guillotine's over here, so... Under effect of Soul Reaver. So Soul Reaver is... somewhere. Where's Soul Reaver? Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver. I can't find Soul Reaver. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, that grants Soul Reaver. Durr, that's why I can do it. And now I just do this in order to... Okay. It's a little bit more complex, but I think I got it. Okay, so I just need to summon my avatar, which basically I just swap between using those things. I just need to... I probably should set them in the right places, though. Gibbet from the side, Gallows from the rear. Simple enough. Okay. I just need to gather up enough in order to be able to do these things. So... Gallows is rear, and I hit that in the wrong spot. Whoops, my bad. At least they don't cancel out my stuff, so that's nice. So I can actually sit there and use them when I need them. I just need to remember how exactly to... Yeah, there we go. So I do this, and then Gibbet is a flank attack, so flank. There we go. Let's do my combos. And then I just need a little bit more, and then I could do Gallows again. Or I can do Glim Swap, that works too. Like and then Gallows from the rear. Okay. Is the side, so side attack. Okay. armor so I can do more attacks at the same time. So, Gallows. Yeah. Okay. So it's basically like Samurai, except I gotta hit buttons in order to activate my combos in a weird way. And then I can do True North that just kind of ignore all that. Bloody impressive work, that. I knew there was something about you, but truth be told, I didn't expect you to make such clean work of that Chimera. I might be hard-pressed to match that display. You know talent once you see it, boss. And with that, the ceruleum will flow once more. Among his many roles, Argnagus is a merchant of sorts. He sells ceruleum at the price that make those gill pinchers at Armandia and Sons bulk. But he still turns a pretty profit. He can barely keep up with demand, despite the occasional beasts or two butting in our affairs. Well, thanks to you, boss, and our countrymen up north, of course. Here's to getting back to business as usual. Ceruleum ain't easy to come by, as you well know. Maija and Sons protects their monopoly of a gilded fist, but they've yet to force Imperial stragglers up north out of the market. Now, before you go running off to the flames, let me assure you that this arrangement is entirely above board. Selling goods to Imperials is forbidden by law, and every word writ about buying from them. I know you Eorzeans like to call Garleans by all sorts of colorful names, dastards, tyrants, invaders, and we've got all those and worse. But while many a foul deed has been committed for the glory of the Empire, we ain't megalomaniacs to a man. Even amongst the purebloods, those that serve always don't do so by choice. It could be argued that all casualties of the great Machina's ambitions. And no small numbers of Empire's troops will return home in a heartbeat if they could. But the world being what it is, most settle for sending their family what few coin they can afford to part with. Most Eorzeans wouldn't suffer weird color to complicate their black and white view. But if you're going to fight with us, you should at least learn the truth of our past. Long ago, before the Empire, our forebears lived in Locus Amonis, down in southern Nilzabard. Of temperate climes and fertile earth the land provided, many of us were but simple farmers, harvesting abundant crops and self-same scythes the reapers would eventually wield. But gifts are ever the object of envy. When not tilling the fields, our ancestors were forced to defend them. Every year they yielded a few more ilms, and some 800 years ago now, they were driven from Locus Amonis completely. They fled north to the frozen region that would become Garlemald. Even there, they fought tooth and nail for the scant resources of that frigid land. In the fires of hardship were the first magitech devices forged. With innovation upon innovation, the humble group of farmers grew into an insatiable empire. Before that miraculous twist of fate, we were a dying breed, bereft not only of magic but of hope itself, with no natural advantages to speak of. A mere survival was in question. From harsh necessity were the Reapers born. We turned our tools to weapons and struck a bargain with the whispers in the dark. With the Void's power, we could strike at the enemy's beating hearts, slay their generals, and throw their ranks and file into disarray. Our way to end the battle is before the sparks catch, to sacrifice the one for many, to keep hands away from families, friends, and lovers, and now this power belongs to you. Words. Voracious. There. Remember our story. Remember what drives a man to turn into the void, and you will not be led into deeper temptations. Our work here is done. I'll see you back at headquarters. Alright, well, let's go turn in this one, because I was able to actually do one of them. Yes, I am. Now turn this in. For your first outing, you did good. I think you earned the right to know just who the slot you're throwing yourself in with is. You might have gathered this yourself, but the Lemurs were formed to support those Guardians who are living in exile. It ain't easy to be far from home, let alone in a place where most would sooner gut you than rather offer a helping hand. Often the only place to make a living is in the shadowy corners that lie outside the watchful gaze of the law. Now, I don't expect you to embrace us like brothers and sisters straight away, but know this, I do expect you to apply yourself to this job. In the meantime, I'll be working with the family to ascertain the whereabouts of our prey. I expect that site to be an extension of your own body when we next speak. Well, hope so, because at least I could figure this one out. Sage is gonna take a little bit. There's a little too many actions. So is this the thing that leaves behind? No. Okay, so something's leaving me behind those thingies. I don't know what. Something is. All right, so now that I have that all squared away, I am going to switch back over to Paladin. And I am going to actually... Oh yeah, the map's like weird. Go to the tower and see about doing the... I'm going to assume it's a dungeon. Okay, and let me get on my mount and we're gonna go. So I got a lot of traveling to do in order to get there. I really wish I could... Actually, I probably could have just went along the beach. I probably could have. I might want to do that at some point, but... Make our way through. Again, I do know that they set the new classes at level 70, so you actually have like 10 levels to learn how they function. That is nice, but at the same time, it would have been nice to just have them be at 80 in order to just do the next storyline with them, but I do understand the reasoning for it. They want you to get attuned with it before you just hop right on in. Oh no! Enemies that I'm gonna avoid. Hello there, Navdeen. Our friend from Eorzea. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. Warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have ready. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. So, boats would be over there, I imagine. This is the future of Aetheroid travel. I think I'll stick to boats. I had no warning, however, I'm pathetic. We would have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... Should we call you Varshan, I suppose? Indeed, it will not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well, then. For our part, we are assembled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding skills. Please convey as much to His Excellency. for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere with those. With the blessing light can go. Not only for this operation either, but for all of the ones to come. You can finally break your monopoly on primals. In that case, they're all yours from now on. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scions' brightest star, after all. Everyone's amenable to it. Let's review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we'll divide into 2 groups. Azure and his band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be the deities of the Havarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Endwalker, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Alright, it's time for the tower, and I'm going to go in with Truss. So, unfortunately, Thancred is a gunbreaker, so he can't... What do you mean insufficient item level? Really? Average item level is 500? What do I need to increase? Oh, my rings are sorely outdated. Alright then. Cool. At least I don't need a B here for that, but I do know I need to increase my item level. Alright then, so I'm just gonna warp to a place where I can buy stuff, buy new rings, hopefully I can afford them. And then hopefully I'll be at the level I need to be. Alright, so ring time. Oh, they changed it up since there's no belts anymore. That's neat. Okay. That's a lot of money. Never mind, I'm gonna go to this one. That's also a lot of money. Okay, what about this one? No one's selling those? Okay, what about this one? Okay, this one. Okay, they're level 78 though, so they're, Is there anything I can get that is better than what I got right now? Anywhere at all? Anywhere at all? Nope. 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 Pants? Okay, I was going to say for a second there. Oh, pants. Okay. No one's selling those? Cool. Feet? Nope. Earring. Earring is level 80. The item level on this is where yet? 515, and the earring I'm wearing is 475. I'm going to buy it. It's a lot of money, but I'm going to buy it. Ring. Earring, please. 489. Awesome. Okay. Let's see. What else can I afford? Search for necklaces, please. What do we got here? I don't know, 515. No one's selling it. Cool. Okay. This thing, item level 515. The one I'm wearing now is 418. Wow, okay. Please. Okay, good. Someone's selling it. Awesome. That'll definitely be a good bump. Come on. Okay. Let's see, 510, 515, 515, 515, 515, 510. Yeah, my ring, this ring is at least sorely outdated. So if I can get one ring, then I should be fine. I just need a good, decent ring that doesn't cost me an arm and a leg to buy. Okay. 450. That's fine. No one's selling it. Cool. Why do you all cost so much? This is 150,000 for this. And I have 63,000. Okay. What can I do then? Weapon is good. I just need a new... Oh. Both my rings are low. I could just get a slightly better ring. I'd sell a lot of junk. Sell. Don't care. Sell. Don't care. Sell. Don't care. Okay, where did that put my money at? My money is at... Okay. Fun. Sell, don't care. Sell. Okay. Sell you. Sell you. So now we're closed. Okay. What else can I sell? I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Okay. Sell. Can't sell that. Can't sell that. I need that actually. Let's see. I can't sell that. Can't sell that. Can't sell that. I can't sell any of these. Okay, cool. So what am I looking at money-wise? Nowhere close. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. You know what? I have an idea. It could be stupid. But in the case of... It's probably in others, yeah. Charlian is a level 80 area. They probably sell level 80 rings. So I could probably just go there, buy it for much cheaper than buying it from the market board. Because that's just me being stupid. As usual. Okay. Shops, please. How close are my other shops? They are right there. I could just literally just do this. Okay then. Shops, what do we have? We have Gemstone Trader, Retainer Vocate, Material Supplier, Tool Supplier, Full Plate Proprietor, maybe? Battlecraft Gear, what do you got? Well, you have a bunch of stuff that I'm pretty much wearing now, but not what I'm looking for. What else do you sell? Battlecraft accessories. Here we go. They are a higher item level, but they kind of suck in comparison. But they are a higher item level. And that's all that matters. I mean, it's probably not going to be as good. Where is the one I literally just bought? Sort. Where are you? Where are you? Here, 60, item level 90. That's not it. Am I dumb? Where is this? Oh, wait. Did I just buy the wrong ring? Or is it in my inventory? Sort. It's not in my inventory. Where did this ring go? Did I not just buy a ring? Or did I buy a bracelet? I don't know what I bought. I'm gonna have to take a look at what the heck did I just buy? Okay. Ring offending. Okay, it's an earring. Whoops. Earring, necklace, bracelets, rings. Here we go. I will buy one of you. I will buy two of you, actually, because even though you suck, they are still better than what I'm wearing. That puts me at I'm level 514. It is time to do this. So duty, Truss. Go to... That's different. What is avatars versus scenario? Huh. I'm also kind of confused because it doesn't show... What? Do I have to go over there to click on it in order to do it? That's strange. Okay. You're making this complicated. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. Now I'm just going to go along the beach. Because I have a feeling it'll be a little bit quicker to just go along the beach. And make my way there. It's a little bit easier, actually, because I literally could just walk the entire trail. And avoid that thing. And that thing. That guy just got, like, aggroed on all of them, so I'm totally fine with that. Almost there. Almost there. Okay, now before we go in, I'm going to drink my orange juice. Drink the other orange juice, please. There we go. And now I'm gonna go in, form a party. All right, so again, I can't use Thancred because he's a tank. So it's just me. I'm not surprised on the music front, honestly. I like how they're like, let us proceed with caution. I'm just like, yoink. It's nice to actually have a dungeon where even though I have me as a set of 4, I still have them as well. So technically, I might have been able to just do a trial of this and just would have been fine. Or not a trial, sorry, a duty finder. Or whatever. This is fine. Yoink. Turn you away. There we go. Now everybody's just facing it on the side. Perfect. moving. Ah. I had like one little small spot I could stand, and I didn't have the time to make it. Okay, moving on. Oh, they just literally just jumped down. Okay. I was like, where did they go? Unfortunately, I have a smaller party now. That's okay. It's okay, I got this. I got this. It is different seeing damage numbers being relatively smaller than before, but it might not be too much of a difference if the damage numbers just kind of equal up, like with the amount that we're like losing. In a sense, like basically like their health is lower. Makes you wonder how like everything else was rebalanced though, like all the old dungeons and stuff. It also makes me wonder what my health will be at when I'm actually level 90. Like, will I have 100,000 HP again just because? 'Cause I almost have 50,000 again, and I'm still on level 81 just because I have better equipment. You cannot stop us! Glad I had like a teeny little bit of section I could stand on. Divine Veil, because more than likely I'm going to get healed at some point, and then everybody will have thingies. What we have here, first little boss. I've been wanting to hear the battle music for a while. Hello, hello. Alphino, would you please cure me? Thank you. I'm not exactly sure what to do with this particular symbol yet, but defend me, please. Thank you. And I'm going to heal myself up just in case.
underestimate me!
Move over there, please. Over to this one. Mainly because the orb was taking much longer to get to the point. Now they do it.
Oh God.
Yeah, please actually get it off this time. And done. There we go. Moving on. What do we got? Helm of Striking. It's not. Is it in my inventory? Not. Oh, come on. Why do they give me gear for a class that's not my class? This place is gross. I'm walking through like someone's nose. How much damage you're doing and raise the damage I'm doing. I do like that the recast timers on some things are shorter, maybe some longer. So it just means I'm using them more often. Like all my buffs and debuffs on the enemies, might as well just use them all the time.
You cannot stop us!
Because he makes my kit not basically equal up to spin, spin, spin. Speaking of not spinning, I don't need to spin anymore because there's only 2. Hello there. I'm gonna pull over to here. I know we can handle it, so let's do that. Hello there. Oh my gosh, really? One dude. Get over here. Come on, Alphino. Please heal me. Just heal me. Get a slightly bigger pull, and then you're like, I have no idea what to do anymore. There we go. This is better. He's doing it. He's healing me properly. That's kind of the one thing I like. Interior dungeons, they need to have like more space in them so I can pull my camera out further back without getting caught in anything. All right, this room is pretty much clear. Grab this treasure coffer. What do we got inside? Ring of Slaying. It's slaying though, right? So not my classes. Yay. I didn't mean to cast both of those, but whatever. Works for me. The only issue I have when you are doing truss is that, like, the dungeon itself, like, everything feels like maybe slightly stronger because, like, the damage output's, like, weirdly dictated by, like what your party members are doing or kind of, like, dictated by what you're doing. It's kind of a weird way of going about it, I guess. So, it makes it so, like, you are in a dungeon a set amount of time. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but I think that's close to what I mean. Target you so I can actually hit you with all the big stuff. I didn't mean to use that move, I meant to. Whatever. That's what I wanted.
You underestimate me!
Lower you down so I can do more damage to the rest. These guys are not as strong as the thing I just killed. So I'm just like, I can just handle these, no problem now.
You cannot stop us!
What we got here? They're just mocking me at this point with all these things I'm getting. I can't use that either. Hello there. I like how Stane immediately counter with a jump of his own. Why can't I move? Weird. I was in the... Okay. That's fine. Oh, I see what that is. And I got hit by it anyway. No! I guess it just happens. I don't really see a way I can get out of that. then. Looks like we're continuing on. I got casting pants, and I can't... Hello. This reminds me of Final Fantasy IV a lot here. Basically, you start just attacking mechs and things now. This going on. There we go. Got those. Now we only have 2 more left. So
You underestimate me.
Hello there. What are you? Oh. Can't even open that because I own the thing already. Moving on. Hello, gunships. I'll focus on that one. They can get that one. That's fine. Attention of them. See, they already killed it, and now we can move on to this one together as a team, and then they immediately destroy it by doing all their big attacks. Thank you. I feel wholly inadequate now. The chest that I... Yay! Earrings offending. Nice. I actually raised it by 20 something... About 27 health-ish. Yay. Hello there. I really am liking the fact that Sage can just restore my health by actually attacking, which is nice because that was kind of a common complaint from what I've heard with Alphino being like the healer before, was that his healing wasn't that great. But now that he can actually do damage, he can heal me at the same time. Of course, the moment I say that, I look at Estinian's health and I notice his health is garbage. So heal him too, please. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to just do one of these. Do one of these. Do one of these. Another one, please. And I'm going to end with Confidure. There we go. Damage efficiency, go. weapon's almost dead, so let's just kill it. That way I can focus on these two things. Hey! Mage's sisters. All right, we got this. It's gonna be fun targeting 3 different people.
Let's give them a show!
Okay, good. They came to me. Perfect.
You underestimate me!
It'll be easier once I get rid of at least one of them. Although, permitting, knowing what I know about the Mage's Sisters 4, they can bring themselves back to life, so I need to figure out how to take them out evenly, I would imagine. That could be the case here, too. Focusing on one of them, so I could be wrong about that. Not exactly sure how it'll go about working. That doesn't. That again. Alright, I'll lower the damage then. Dots everywhere again, so let's just avoid all that. Knocked out one of them. Not sure if that'd be a good or bad thing. on that one. I might as well get this one down while I'm at it. Okay, you got some dots on you, so I'm switching over to you. Right next to each other. Wear you down, and now for you. That stupid attack again. And I did it. My auto attack saved the day. Thuringer walks in. I'm here too. Holy Sheltron. Block incoming attacks. Trade acquired enhanced intervention. I would imagine that is something useful as well. Let's take a look at what that is. Enhanced intervention. Grants the duration of intervention to 8 seconds. It grants nice resolve to target, reducing damage taken by 10%. That's cool. Nice. And then Holy Sheltron blocks incoming attacks, grants nice resolve, reduces damage taken by 15%, grants Night Benediction. So I could use that and get like stronger stuff. That's cool. Gradually restores HP as well. Nice. I've been using that a lot more often, even though I already do. Knives and chest piece of healing. Cool.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
prisoners below.
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood, but 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
And everybody's at the city. It took like 3 seconds. But the tower is gone. It's no longer in the background. Liberated prisoners are being transported to Razaz Han for treatment. Alize and Ishtola will oversee the administration of the temporary treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you had a moment to catch your breath. Alright, well, let's go to the city then. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right, Varshan bade us come to Megaduda for our earliest convenience. At our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they finish tending to the prisoners. Oh wait, on second thoughts, you and Scions should go on ahead. They made a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. Guardsmen at the gate should wave us through. Alright. Oh, I gotta walk there. Come on. Alright, and away we go. It actually does remind me because I just played through Final Fantasy IV like some odd amount of time ago now, but we played like a really Google translated version of it. It was me and my friend Daryl. We were going through it, and like at that tower, I was just like, "What is going on?" Like the story was just so weird. Please pass the mustard, Golbez. It's still one of my favorite moments I've ever recorded. I was laughing so hard. I don't know if that series is actually done yet. I need to take a look at it because he's been having issues editing it, so I'm not really sure what's going on there. But I know Super Mario RPG, which was the other collab series we did, that's done. But when it comes to Final Fantasy IV, Google Translated, I think there's just some issues down the pipeline. I need to figure out what's going on there. But otherwise, it's all recorded already. It's pretty much ready to go. Well, in terms of being recorded, it just needs the editing work done on it. But yeah, I am really liking the Final Fantasy IV similarities because there's a lot of Final Fantasy III similarities in Shadowbringers, so we already have some of that going on, but we still have like all the Final Fantasy III stuff still going on in the background too, like the music and stuff like that. So it's kind of neat. All right, let's get waved on in. Go into the city, make your own way. Yeah, I can't leave my post. Though I've been to Razatan before, the place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Alright, well, let's make our way along. I can now... There's not a thingy here? I mean, there's these. There's no main aetheryte? That's weird. Master Azurius, I presume. I'm sending you here for an audience with this trap. If you require directions to Megaduida, I will be glad to provide them. This trap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Razatan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route which takes you by the bazaars in the city north. Due to stay alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the aetheryte disabled. Okay, that makes sense. As such, I'll provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There'll be more steps. Upon ascending them, you'll emerge on Pasco's path. Proceed through the large door on your right, you will arrive at the Revegda fibers. Within, you'll find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Honestly, that's all I really need to say. Just go up and up and up. Find the stairs, go around. Hello, Watchful Radiant. Hey, the Megaduda, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. Emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you will find the workshops of the Revegda fibers. You're free to observe the artisans. Take care not to lose your way. Alright, so I'll just take a step. I realized I could have just immediately went left, but this works too. Yeah, I'm kind of confused by the map layout here. I'm just gonna head left because the guy's like, go right, and I'm like, okay, but I guess I... Wait, can I just head through there? Yeah, that works all the same. Let's go through here. Justidian, would you like to be my tour guide? Because apparently all we need to do is just head left. If you are here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. Aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at the Megaduda. Well, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and continue straight ahead across the bridge. You cannot miss it. In other words, go up. It's funny that we had all these steps and all these movements to get places. And all I really had to do is just be like, just go up the steps. Don't go into any buildings. Just keep going up steps. You're fine. I remember passing by here of Arshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. Meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Squawk, squawk. It's funny that he said it right next to one of them, so... At least now I could attune to all these things, but the Aetheryte itself is closed down, so... Can't really do anything with that, but I can at least attune to this and that. Let me just clear the names of everybody on screen so I can get inside the building. Members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn come at the invitation of His Excellency. Of course, we've been expecting you. I'll show you to the audience chamber. If you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harnish remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant Scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom we must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave. but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Megard Sommer and I have crossed paths, yes.
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgard Sommer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Imagine if I was just collapsed on the floor. That would have been like, oops. So what were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing. Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Archon Loaf! The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let's return to the Mulberry Orchard. Orchard. Bleh. I said orchard. Technically, whatever. It's the same thing. This place does look really nice in the daytime, though. Like, it's all, like, colorful. Very green. It's like I have HDR turned on, but I don't. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. I like how they keep telling us to go different places. Like, well, you're next to these things. You might as well just attune to them. And go. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to the Razat Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. I mean, I imagine if you lived here for years, it would be easy. And you've been at the Crystarium for quite a while, so... And here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far, so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross the other side of the hall and then pass through the larger of the two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Can I actually use the Aetheryte, or is it still closed off? Let's find out. Do we have another Yulmore situation on our hands? According to message on the base, the Aetheryte has been temporarily disabled. I actually wonder how exactly. Do they like cut off the ether to the Aetheryte? Because technically it's still standing there and still glowing and stuff. So let's just say that I can't. Why are they just standing around for? Though this land have been afforded the respite and turmoil do many others languish still, our work is far from finished. You took your time. Got turned around, I take it. Maybe a little bit. Oh my gosh, so many people over here. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the Scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
As foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Okie dokie, back to the Baldessian Annex, which I teleport for over 1,000 gil. Oh, you're out here. Okay. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should just get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Azurius. Krau surprised me with your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pay the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing a nice, clean bed and after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deformed entities. So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? I never looked at my old ones.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Astinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh!
Are we pushing on until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
right, so I am going to continue the story. Wow, that was loud. I'm going to continue the story on the next stream. I definitely made a lot of progress this time around, and I am going to mend my equipment really quick. So I'm right here. Might as well just get that done while I'm at it. But yeah, I'd like to thank you all for coming. If you're watching on Twitch and you're watching on YouTube, either or. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and I know sitting through streams that are longer than normal is probably more tedious for people, but hopefully it was enjoyable. I am definitely enjoying the story so far. It's a little slow to start, but it's definitely kicking in, and I see it like going a little bit more. So I can't wait. And I'll see you all on the next stream, whenever that may be. I'm pretty sure it'll be next Saturday. I kind of want to do another one tomorrow, or today almost, but yeah, it's with the login times. It took me 2.5 hours to log in, and I kind of don't want to deal with that. So we'll see what happens. See you on the next one.